Hello? Does this work? Testing 1, 2, 3. Let's see. Can someone write if the microphone is working? It took forever to set up. I feel really old. It works. Perfect. Only took an hour. But I did turn 30 this year, so the signs are there. Also, the setup is kind of scuffed. It's an old Blue Yeti microphone, and you're supposed to have a pop filter, which I don't. So I have like an old sock wrapped around it. So it's a bit of a scuffed setup, but I'm glad it works. And if the sound quality is terrible, I can't do much about it. But if it's too loud, or it's if I need to turn the volume up or down, let me know. Let's see, I also did, let's see if this works. Oh my god, look at that overlay. Look at all the people in the chat, Jesus. This, it's fine? Okay, cool. I won't touch anything then, because yeah. It's taking forever to set this up. It's not a stupid setup if it works. Agreed. But the streaming setups are so fancy these days. So yeah. The overlay, some of you might remember, but back when I was like an actual content producer and not a washed up career monkey, I did stream a little. And I tried to create some overlays on my own. They're not great, but I think it works. Let's see the chat. Oh, there's so many people. Yeah, I'm sorry for having gone missing, I guess, for some years. I think I wrote like some messages when I stopped producing content as to why. But I guess I'll do like a catch up. And I guess I should say as a disclaimer that I don't know if I'll be back to like regularly creating videos or streaming or anything of the sorts. But I bought a new computer this summer actually. And then I was like, maybe I should try installing the game again and playing it again. Because one of the reasons I got sort of annoyed with the game many years ago was that my hardware wasn't really up to speed, and I was a full-time student, so it didn't really make sense to prioritize, or I couldn't really prioritize buying like a better setup at the time. But we'll see. The game is running much better on this PC than my previous one, yeah, I've just been playing a little and trying to like get into the groove of things and figuring out what kind of theme I want to build in. It's taken like a ton to get the game running and set up and getting some assets in place. And I'm trying like a new theme that I haven't really touched. But yeah, that's the disclaimer out of the way. I know it's a little boring, but yeah, I'm not sure if I'll be like getting into producing content again, but so I figured it would be easy to just try and stream some, because that's a little less time intensive. At least I thought so, but I've been sitting here for like 2 hours trying to set it up. So there you go. Yeah, and the years where I haven't really made any content. The first year I spent finishing up my master's degree in IT, and then I started working full-time in IT consultancy right after that, and that's been like my last 3 years basically. I've played City Skylines like a small amount during those 3 years, sometimes with like a year in between I think, and never for many years at a time. But it's been fun trying to get into it again, and I hope I'll keep it up. I am enjoying the game again. And welcome to all of you that have tuned in. I'm a bit surprised, to be honest, a bit overwhelmed even. I'll see if I can answer some. There's already some questions. Are you back to doing videos? Not yet, but I'm just trying to set up some stuff. So maybe I'll get back to it. I mean, at least I'll upload this stream. Intersection marking tool is a thing now. Yeah, I discovered it recently. So I've been on this massive, I guess, browse through the workshop to try and find some of all the new stuff people have been creating, and it's I guess I'm surprised, but I'm not really surprised, because the community, the asset and mod creating community was also amazing back then, I should say, those years ago, and it seems like that never quieted down, so it's still an amazing community. So I'm not really surprised, to be honest, that there's so much good stuff. I think I'll remove this. Oh, it works. I feel like a real stream, and I also got this overlay. You guys ready? Wow. And I appreciate like the shadowy effect I added back then. I thought that was so cool. Let's see, what have you been up to lately? Yeah, I just touched on that, but basically I spent first year of YouTube absence, so from 2018 to 19, on finishing my master's degree in IT, and then the last 3 years I've just been working full-time and been pretty like career oriented in IT consultancy. So yeah, and then we've bought a house, me and my girlfriend, recently, so that takes a shit ton of time as well. I warn you. Did you mention your specs? It's an i5 12600 KF CPU, and then a 380 GPU, and then 32 gigs of RAM. And the old PC I had, which I created all the content on back then, was like an i7 6700 non-overclockable edition, and like a GTX 1060, and it got a little rough in the end playing on that. Can you do a first-person drive? Actually, I don't think I have that much, but I do remember it. But I can change the camera angle to something more exciting, I guess, while I continue answering some questions. There we go. I'm gonna stay with YouTube, maybe a new series, etc. I'm not really sure. Currently my only goal right now is just to try and enjoy the game again, and I've been doing that for like a week or so. I've been playing very casually, a few hours here and there, and this city is like the first real thing I've tried to create in a long time. So I'm not sure yet. So I'm sorry, but no promises. My job is kind of hectic. I'm in management now, so in a good week it's the standard 40 hours, but at times it requires more than 40 hours of work. So having time to like really dive into video editing and the sorts, I'm not sure. We'll see. I hope you'll bless us with some more top tier music. Yeah, I hope so. If I create videos, I'll intend to find the best stuff I can, of course. But I mean, I feel so rusty. It's been 4 years, so I'm so out of touch with who creates the best like copyright-free music and stuff like that. So, but I'll try. And I guess this time around, if I am to create content, I'd rather do commentary than all the goddamn text boxes I wrote back then. But yeah, back then I just really wanted to, you know, the emphasis to be on like the city and some good tunes, and didn't care much for adding voiceover. I think that'll change. It's been 4 years, yeah, I know. It's crazy to think about. Can I ask where you're from? I'm from Denmark. I don't know if that's obvious from the accent. I think I do turn to speaking a little Danglish at times, so like an awkward mix of Danish and English. Install more car assets. Yeah, I probably should. So I'm using, I think many of these are like vanilla assets, and of course they look a little odd, to say the least. But I probably have some like non-vanilla stuff. So I could disable all the vanilla stuff, but I haven't for now. A lot of the OG YouTubers have stopped posting, so it's good to see you back. Okay. I think it's probably pretty normal. What happened for me was that I think it just sort of stressed me out a little bit, and then it was a combination of that, and then I started having tons of like hardware issues and issues with getting the game to run. And then I insisted on trying to have like multiple asset collections going at the same time, so that I could produce content in different themes, like build differently themed cities and villages, and getting that to work was just a pain in the ass, to be honest. And yeah, and then the old computer. So you'll have to imagine that if I wanted to boot up the game, it was like a 20 to 25 hour load time. 7 out of 10 times the game would just crash or freeze, and then I'd have to start over. Yeah. And then having to like record when the game actually ran, that would also require like some CPU processing power, I think. And yeah, the game just turned to like a real slugfest, and it just wasn't fun anymore. No, sorry. Did I say 25 hours? I'm sorry, I'm getting old. 25 minutes. 25 minutes. So, no, that was a slip. It felt like 25 hours, right? Mentally, it felt like 25 hours, but 25 minutes. But I would always have to time it with something, right? So if I was like, okay, I'm gonna go make some brekkie or something, it's like, oh, I gotta boot up the game first. Otherwise, I'm gonna sit and go through all my eggs and bacon while the game is loading. Because another aspect was that while the game was loading, I could not use my computer, my old computer, for anything else. You know, you try and watch a YouTube video, and it would freeze, and the audio would like distort. Yeah. Let's see. Geographical, it's good to see you. I saw you're still creating content on the workshop. Actually, I think there's a lot of like familiar faces when I went through the workshop recently. It's really been a pleasant surprise. I knew the accent was familiar. Lucas Mylund, that sounds Norwegian? Am I guessing correctly? Please record this transmission for later. Funk, yeah, I think that's done automatically. I can like just choose to upload it to YouTube, or rather just make it publicly available after the stream. So I think that shouldn't be an issue. And I'm gonna say I think a lot because I'm so out of touch with how it works. I don't remember anything anymore. Traffic going wrong way for Aussie build, yeah. yeah, that's true. When I started building like this particular city, I didn't actually I didn't intend to make it like an Aussie build. I had downloaded like a ton of Victorian-ish themed houses, detached houses, which you will also see throughout the city. And then when I started creating this, I knew I wanted to create it on like a warm map, like an area that has like either like a California-ish vibe or like a Queensland-ish vibe from Australia. And then yeah, I guess with the Victorian houses, the Australian theme is probably what I'm closest to, but I'm not really sure if it's all that realistic, to be honest. I do feel like super rusty playing the game again. I mean, just creating a basic intersection or getting like a single city block to look right has been a real struggle. It's almost like it's a skill that you can, that withers away if you stop maintaining it. I wasn't surprised, because when I've actually managed to boot the game up during those last couple of years, the stuff I've been creating has just been terrible. And I've lost motivation and just quit the game. Most of the asset creators stayed alive, and a few modders got hired by Colossal. Oh, that's kind of cool. I'm from Denmark too. Okay, nice. There have been many changes after you stopped. Yeah, I'm just trying to wrap my head around some of the new mods and the new possibilities. And I guess I'm trying to not get caught up in detailing too much. That was like a balance I always tried to maintain when I created content. Again, I'm gonna say back in the days. I feel so fucking old saying that, but yeah, back in the days when I created content, I tried to like strike a good balance between detailing and just building. Alright, I think I've gotten around to like answering most of the questions. If you have any questions or anything else, feel free to just type it out and I'll attempt to answer. But I guess I could give like a little introduction to what I've been building so far and like some of my thoughts behind it. So as I said, I'm super rusty, so you'll have to keep that in mind. Are you gonna do some gameplay this stream? I'm not sure if you're taking a jab at me, but yeah, I have been just talking non-stop now. I guess I'll do some gameplay now. Okay, so I'll give like an overview. What's this map called? I think it's called Anahita Bay or something like that. Wait, I'll just Google it. I think. Isn't it called Anahita Bay? Something like that. Anahita Pass. Sorry, I'll just link it. I can? No? I can. There you go. I think I've played on this map before, not created any content on it, but I think I've used it before, years ago. But basically it has sort of like a Californian or Mediterranean-ish theme, so it's a bit arid, and it looks kind of dry, and it looks to you know, be placed geographically somewhere where there's nice temperatures year round. So that's, yeah, that's sort of why I picked it, because I want something nice and bright looking. And yeah, then I guess yeah, providing an overview would have been easier if I had an actual plan going into this, but I just had to like start building. Yeah, I had downloaded these like sort of Victorian-ish, sort of Australian themed houses, and I was like, okay, I want to use those and have some fun. So I need to like create something that they will fit into, and this is my attempt at least. And yeah, I can give like a city tour, but just the general idea isn't really that this is like the main city. Wait, I have a fire. Yeah, so as you can see, obviously I'm not really up to speed with all the mods and the stuff I used to use, because I had disabled all of this. So I would build like services for the city, but I wouldn't really have any fires, I wouldn't have garbage issues, I wouldn't have anything. So we'll find out along the way what issues there will actually be in the city, because I am sure I haven't disabled all of them. Not that it's like run like a real city, I have unlimited money and all that stuff, but yeah, there's apparently still some stuff that can go wrong. Okay, so yeah, as I was saying, sort of the idea of this town, I guess it is that it's not like the main city of this map. So hopefully, if I stick to it, the idea is to like treat the map as like more of a region than a single city. So so if I stick to it, then hopefully more villages will kind of like pop up throughout the map, and there'll be, you know, at least one main city that kind of like defines the like municipality or region, or what you'd call it, which is like the center, like the political, the cultural, the economical center of like the region. But other than that, then it could be nice to like create multiple like smaller cities throughout the map, small villages even, and then see if I can tie all that together. Since I've gone playing the game again, which is I think a week ago, 6 days, no, maybe a little more actually, then I haven't really touched on anything with infrastructure like trains or trams or you know, rail stuff, any of that. So that's gonna be like a massive challenge trying to get into that, and I was already pretty bad at that actually when I played the game a lot all those years ago. So I wasn't really the one you go to if you wanted to see a super realistic train layout in the first place. So yeah, it'll be interesting. But yeah, like I said earlier, the main idea is also just to try and have fun and be a little more casual about the game. And if I create something that looks hideous, then I'll just have to fix it as I go along, right? So it's gonna be trial and error, definitely. Really enjoyed your content, especially the Japan map. Welcome back. Airports too. Yeah, I'm not even sure I created a single airport in all those. I think I created almost 100 videos, not a single airport. So there's definitely some fear of airports there, because I don't know how they work. I think I know it a little better now, because in the context of my job, I often fly to Copenhagen, the capital in Denmark, to like, because we have a main office there, or to like go to the client and stuff like that. So hopefully I know a little better how it works besides planes landing and taking off. But other than that, yeah, airports, that's a good point. Terrible at that. Okay, so I'll give like a little city tour and some of the reasoning for why it looks like it looks. And there's probably some stuff that I don't really have a good reason for. And I'm still, as I said, there's still like many mods and stuff I haven't set up, so I'm not sure why the center of this intersection has like a darker tint than the rest. And it's an issue here as well, and here, and here. It's not super pretty, but yeah, I'll fix that as we go along. So this is like the center of the town, I guess you could say, city maybe. And the vibe I was going for was like a mix of like mom and pop stores, like small commercial enterprises, and then mixed with like some kind of touristy feel as well, because obviously the climate is pretty nice, the scenery as well. So we've got some beaches that are like the main attraction, and then there's this nightclub. And as some of you can already see, I'm actually using some vanilla assets throughout the map, and I don't really mind. I know they can stick out like a sore thumb, but I don't really mind, to be honest. So some of them will be vanilla assets, and unless they're super hideous, I don't mind using them. Yeah, so see if I think I've named this. So this is the West Beach. The idea is that this is like the north-south axis. So this is the Western Beach, and then there's also an East Beach over here. And yeah, detailing level is like really low. I think I just copy pasted this a bunch of times, and I think it works okay. And then I've used these piers. I think these might be vanilla as well, actually. And the connection here, yeah, looks a little odd, but it's I think it's fine for now. And then I have created this like waterfront park. What's it called? Breakwater park. Yeah, also just like really simple, using vanilla assets for like the parkways and stuff. And then we have like the downtown area. I actually segmented into, not really, but yeah, downtown is segmented, but not the other neighborhoods. They don't really have names, so I guess we could name them. The city doesn't have a name either, or rather the region. This region doesn't have a name either, so I'm looking for suggestions for that as well. But yeah, this is the downtown. We have like I guess this is like the main street running through it. Cram burger, vapor wipes, and custom teas. That is so clever, huh? They're really gonna hit the young audience with that. And some gas stations, and then I've just plotted in like a few more modern developments. So it seems like there's not a single city in like the world that doesn't have some sort of new modern residential developments, because yeah, everything's becoming more and more urbanized, so apartment building has really like sped up everywhere. I have this one as well. I don't know if I'll keep it. It's a little big and bulky for like the rest of the area, so it really does dominate the skyline currently. This is a hotel, I think. Yeah, and then I have like some modern residentials here as well. So I'm sort of imagining that there used to be like maybe even commercial enterprises here near the waterfront, but then the council have rezoned it to like allow for more apartments to be built, something like that, I think. Not sure if that's realistic. Maybe hotels would pop up here instead, but the sort of idea of this like village, or this town rather, in the region is that it's not necessarily like the touristic hotspot, but it's like it's more of a secluded place that you can go as a tourist if you want a little more quiet experience with like small town vibes, with the small main street, stuff like that. I'd call it a holiday town / village. Yeah, I think that's pretty fitting. Copenhagen airport is massive, isn't it? Yeah, it is. I think it's the biggest in Scandinavia, and I also absolutely hate it. but that has more to do with me. I think flying, or actually just airports, I find them kind of stressful, to be honest. I'm weird like that. So the airport is probably really high rated. Yeah, if I'll be a bit arrogant, it's in Denmark, right? Most stuff that provides services is pretty high rated here, so it's probably one of the better airports in the world. But I dislike all the airports, so I'm the wrong one to ask, basically. Looks pretty good for vanilla assets. Thank you. Some of them, they look a little odd, and you could use like the prop replacement tool to replace some of the, or I'd remove or replace some of these weird billboards, just very generic ones, but I think it's fine. I'm not gonna go that much into detailing, because I'll just, like, when I did that in the past, I get stuck in, like, you know, I'll spend like an hour detailing a city block, and it would look good, and you'd get a good screenshot of it, but I wouldn't have much else beside it, so surrounding it. But that's always been my thing. I've always tried to, like, yeah, the balance between detailing and actually building a city. I think, yeah, someone like $2.20, whose YouTube videos I still watch them regularly. I think he's like the master, in my opinion, of striking that balance between knowing when to detail something to make it stand out, and then just knowing when to, like, for instance, he's really good at utilizing zoning just to get stuff going right. So he's sort of my inspiration, I think. I could imagine this big bulky condo to be like one of the first big developments in this town, as 2020s came similarly to how other Australian cities went through a boom for skyscrapers by the end of 20. Yeah, I mean, I'll buy that. I think that's a plausible course. So I think I'll keep it. But I mean, if this is really Australian, then even though there's a boom, nobody's gonna be able to afford it, right? Right. So if you're not a lawyer married to a dentist, you're not buying a condo here, right? That should be realistically Australian. I don't know if we have any Aussies with us, but I know the housing market is absolutely fucked up. Sorry. It's absolutely crazy down there. I'll see if there's any questions to answer. Will this be a new series on your channel, or is it a one-off? Not sure. I could turn it into a series, I guess. It's been really fun so far, and if my ideas hold up with trying to create like a region, then this is like 1/100 of what you could actually develop, because the map is so huge, right? And the idea isn't that this should be the main city at all. So yeah, it could be a series. I'm Aussie and you're right. I don't know if I should say I'm sorry, Adam, because I mean, it's an awesome country, but yeah, millennials are screwed. I think I'll just answer this one with specs. It's something like this. So it's I think it's a pretty strong PC I have now, but to no surprise, the game can really still grind to a halt even without all that many assets. But yeah, perhaps the game is just not all that optimized. Some markets are just crazy. I saw a video of a waterfront property in Miami, Florida going for 70 million for just the 1 acre. Yeah, it's insane. It is. I think something that people in our generation, so I'm 30, and at the same, my girlfriend's also 30, and we bought a house this year, our first house, and hopefully our forever house. And I think something that's crazy to think about is that we won't be able to do like the same trick that our parents did. So this you know, buying a property for $60,000, and then even though interest rate was like 18%, then still when they sold their property in like 2017, it sold for like $550,000, and basically they had a full pension right then and there. I don't think our generation is gonna be able to do the same. Like buying a house is still, it's like a really good wall against inflation, of course, and if you're lucky, you'll make some money when you sell it after the kids move out. But I generally don't think that we can do like the same stunt with, you know, selling the house in 30 years and then you're just completely set for life and you can like buy a condo for your kids if you want. I don't think that's gonna be replicable by us, and that's okay. I don't think houses should primarily be treated like an investment property, because it pushes a lot of people out of the market. But it's just something to be aware of. If you treat it as an investment and have high hopes that in 10 years you can like realize that investment and make a lot of money, I'm not sure that's gonna be the case. But that's a whole other topic, sorry. Millennials are screwed in almost every country, I think. Yeah. Germany is kind of the same. Lots of young people staying with their parents because you can't really afford rent for a proper place to live anymore, especially when you're studying. Yeah, it really is an issue, it is. Yeah, I agree, Slick Gamble, it's crazy. I can't guess your accent. I'm really happy to hear that. And someone asked about my nationality earlier as well, so I assume I masked it quite well. But I'm actually Danish. But I'm happy to hear that, because I think in general in Denmark we have a really high level of English, but we just can't escape this. It's a term that we call Danglish, and it's like a mix of Danish and English. And I guess it's hard to escape it because Danish is such a weird language. The comment I get from foreigners is that it sounds like I have potatoes in my mouth when I'm speaking Danish. Og det ved jeg ikke om det er sandt, det ved jeg jo ikke, fordi jeg har ikke hørt folk snakke dansk uden selv at kunne dansk. So I don't know if it's the case, but that's what I get told. It sounds like you have potatoes in your mouth. I'll move on a bit with the city. I think we covered the downtown. The idea is that like commercial developments kind of follow main streets primarily, and then at like the core of downtown, it like leaks out, I guess you could say, to other streets as well for more commercial activity. And then the idea is that it sort of tapers off as we move further away from like the core and we move along the high street. So that's kind of what I've tried to achieve here, by starting to plug in like some residential properties, so that there's it's like a bigger mix between commercial and residential properties than closer to downtown. But even in downtown, I have a few areas where there are some really like old residential properties, some of the first built in the city probably. And the same for this street. So yeah, it's kind of a balance I try to strike with having like a smooth transition. I don't think you have to do it, because realistically some areas are just zoned the way they are. So you could have this whole city block just be zoned commercial by like the city council or the region or whatever, and then of course all of it would be commercial, and then the next block is zoned for residential, and obviously that would be residential. That's not uncommon to see either. It's probably more uncommon actually to see what I've tried to create. So I'm not sure if it's all that realistic, but yeah, I like it and I think it looks good. So yeah, this is like the edge of downtown. And then we kind of have some of the like inner city residential areas. I'll try to cover those as well. I think we can start with like what I've attempted to do, and I'm not sure how successful it's been, but what I've attempted to do is have like the closer we are to downtown, which was like this area, which was the first established area of the city back then. I don't know how long that would be, but like Australia is not a really old country, so it doesn't have to be more than 100 years ago. I assume these Victorian, these are maybe from like the late 1800s, so maybe I'm wrong. But the city doesn't have to be all that old, right? But the residential properties we have closer to here, they're like have a little more, they're older in style, and they are more likely to be 2-floor or 2 stories. And then of course for like the area at East Beach over here and this area as well, the property value is gonna be pretty high because you are really close to downtown, and thus you are close to good services, but you're also really close to like recreational areas, like waterfront views, of course. It's always super expensive. So I've tried to sort of visualize this in the game. We can start up here at East Beach. So these houses are pretty big, and I guess just from looking at them and the view, you could imagine that these properties are in that territory that we as millennials know as you cannot buy it territory, but maybe your parents could. So this is obviously a really expensive area, and like this guy, he builds, I'm not sure if it's a McMansion or what's up, but I'm pretty sure these Greek style pillars are not really necessary to keep up this false floor. But yeah, you do your thing, man. So that's kind of what I'm going for here, and then I've sort of added a few like really modern mansions, or this is, I'm not sure this is a mansion, but it's a really nice looking house. Just a few of those as well. To just the idea is that while there are probably pretty strict laws for preserving the original buildings, then you could have cases where they're just so, you know, they're just, if they've been abandoned for several years, or there's been a fire or whatever, there might be cases where you'd be allowed to tear the remaining structure down and just build something new. So that's the case here, and I think I have one more over here as well. This one, which has like a really sleek modern look. Yeah. But yeah, that's the idea. Along the areas which I assume would be more like desirable, you'll see more of these big old homes, because even back when they were built, people recognized this area as being desirable. So you'll have the factory owner live here, and all the factory working plebs live somewhere else, right out of his sight. Message, social commentary. So that's the idea for these like the waterfront areas, and then of course these inner city areas. And then as we kind of move, like here, it's still like a really, I really love this street I created here, because it's so, I'm not sure intimate is the word, or if that's really weird in like a city skylines context, but it's I think it's kind of cute. This one-way street with some parking. Maybe the houses here are like a little too subtle, because they're still in like second row to the water, but yeah, I guess the lot sizes are smaller, so these are like a bit more affordable, but I mean, they're still unreachable for any of us, right? And that's the, I don't know if you guys can see it, but that's kind of what I've done here as well. If we take this row of houses, they are all really nice, 2 stories, obviously expensive. And then for each row further away from the waterfront we go, then you'll see a larger concentration of houses that at least look more affordable. I'm sorry, I'm gonna stop with all these millennial jokes in just a second, but I'm not finished quite yet. They look more affordable, of course they're not, but yeah, they're a little more subtle. And that's kind of what I've been trying to achieve. It's a bit hard, but I've tried to like, so if we go out here, then as you can see, all those really fancy 2 and 3 story homes, there aren't really many of them out here. Here we are in the like detached 1-story home with a smaller footprint, and of course less square meters. so more affordable, but also a less desirable location. Here we are nearing the highway, and we also have like an industrial warehouse here, and we have like an office complex here. So that's what I've tried to achieve. Really like this. Whoa, it's a weird bend, but I'll keep it. But it looks a little awkward. I like this road as well with a small cul-de-sac. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, so much activity in the chat. Can't believe City Skylines is over 7 years old. Hope they're working on a new one with a better AI. I assume by now that they're like working on a new one, to be honest. I think the game turned out more successful than they imagined, especially coming off the failure of SimCity 2013. But yeah, it's crazy that it's 7 years old. I remember like my first play of the game. I watched the trailer and I told my girlfriend on that date I'm gonna be completely unavailable, and I'm gonna eat copious amounts of snacks, and I'm gonna drink soda, and it's gonna be non-diet soda because I'm a badass. So I remember the first time I played the game. I think I played for like 12 hours straight or something, and I passed out. But yeah, seven years, it's pretty crazy. Poland's having this, and developers screwing with people by building big condos, then splitting them into studio apartments and selling them for the same price as the normal apartment. Damn, that is just shitty. And I would say dzień dobry to all my viewers from Poland. I work with a lot of Polish colleagues on my team, so I love Polish people. Dzień dobry. And I got confirmation yesterday that I can say dzień dobry even though it's not morning. Originally I thought it meant good morning, but I think it's just have a nice day, something like that. Yeah, they do sort of the same in Denmark, developers, or what they do is that there'll be like the municipality will set a requirement. So if you build an apartment complex, you have to, you know, dedicate a certain percentage of it to like student flats, and they'll be like, okay, we do that, and then they build it. So let's say 40% of all the units are small student flats. What they will do then is that they have already made plans for tearing down a few walls and then combining them into expensive apartments. So after a few years, they'll start consolidating the student flats into like apartments for like full-sized families, which you can of course charge a much higher rate for. So that's one way to game the system. Welcome back, you've been sorely missed. Thank you. And I'm really loving people are referencing Kendrick. That was like the first thing I built, right? And I mean, in today's, like in 2022, City Skylines vision, it's not the most prettiest of City Skylines shows, but it was a ton of fun to do. Poland strong. I got to say the series inspired me when creating cities in CS. I've got 2 cities, would love to make a series on, but I can't at the moment. One's a Polish themed city and the other one is Alaskan themed. Okay, that's quite the 2 different themes you got going, but it sounds really cool. Yeah, there hasn't been really a lot of cities, I think, where the theme is like former East Bloc, where you have to like you have like really modern areas. Like I know that some downtown areas in Poland are like full of high density modern developments and skyscrapers, but then you also have areas of like, you know, mass built tenements built during the Soviet era. So, but that sounds really cool, man. Interesting you mentioned $2.20 your inspiration. I remember Press in one of his streams, you were one of his. Nice. I would love to see that, Matt, if you have like a link. I've been horribly out of the loop for all these years. But yeah, I remember Press. I also loved his content. Does he still create content? I should watch some. I remember he he built this like autumn themed East Coast USA city, or maybe it was Midwest, not sure, but it was autumn themed. And like the main difference was that you have like your flora, like the trees, you have like the colors of autumn represented like orange and red, and everyone copied it afterwards because it was just so good, right? It looked amazing. Everyone had to do like a Midwest or East Coast autumn themed mid-sized US city. I think I got that right. Was not expecting to see dinner, right? I remember you from back then. You commented on most of my videos, you gave good suggestions. Don't worry, my dude, I do remember you, and I'm really glad to see you here. There are a few faces here I recognize. Of course, you've seen my face multiple times, like in big A-list movies. I go under this alias, Brad Pitt. You might have heard of me. What was that sound? Was that from the game? What was that? Everyone talking about Kendrick, but no one's talking about Fine. Shakes my head. Oh, I don't know if you're being ironic, Yakim. Nah, it was a fun series, and I was like not a rookie at the game, but it was the first time I tried to build something European, and oh man, I think I did like a backstory for this Fine series, and it was so super weird. I wanted to mix different styles, and yeah, it turned out a little weird, but I'm glad you enjoyed it. And I mean, it's fond memories looking back, right? Kendrick made me start writing histories of each city I built. Polish one goes from medieval times to present day, and Alaskan from 19th century to present. That's really cool. That's really cool. So medieval times, is that like Polish, Lithuanian Commonwealth times you're thinking about? I am from Denmark, and I'm really loving how people have to ask that. I'm hiding the Danish accent really well, it seems. 3 months since Press made a video. Okay, that's not too bad, right? I mean, I can throw not a single stone in that regard. It's like 4 years since I created something. It's a little awkward, but yeah. I'm glad to hear that, Daniel. I do remember you and all the comments from back then. I had like a thing of reading like not all the comments on all my videos, because you know at one point you had 2,500 comments, I think, so that wasn't feasible. But I would always make it a habit to go and read comments and comments and comments and comments. Okay, I'll see if I can move on just a bit with showcasing the city. So what was I on about? Something about residential transitioning stages. Yeah, okay. I should say first up that all of this is plopped. No zoning. Sorry to disappoint you guys if some of you thought I had done that, but it would actually be possible because I've used tags for the assets to like easily create these areas super fast. So it's definitely possible, and I think I'll show you guys what I mean by that. Over here we have kind of the same theme, so as we are closer to like a really nice looking waterfront area, you have obviously expensive homes, and as we move further away, as you can see, the more expensive looking 2-story houses, they dwindle in numbers, and we transition into like single floor stuff. So that's the same thing I've been working on here. And then I think this is like the first office complex I've created in I don't know how long, but years basically. And yeah, I think it turned out all right. And yeah, I have to like manage my expectations, having played so little in 4 years. So all right is just fine with me. It's more if it's in the category of total shit, I'll have to change it. But I don't think this is. I think it's all right. And it's near this like main road. So this is like, as you can see, I've already prepared for like segmenting the city by having like a main arterial road, kinda encompass the town. And so the idea is that more new residential developments will probably be built like beyond this main arterial, because you know at some point the neighborhoods that are like really old, they will have to, you know, transition into newer neighborhoods and like row homes or maybe apartment complexes, stuff like that. Old town squares and Romanesque architecture, that sounds awesome. I really did love the Japanese project I created, and it's been so insane to see the amount of Japanese assets that have been made after that. So I don't know how well you guys remember the Japanese themed city I did, but it was full of vanilla stuff. Like I literally used every single high density residential building that came with the game, and I feel I had to at the time, because there was really a limited amount of Japanese themed assets in the workshop, and that's not the case anymore. Holy shit, there's so much stuff now, it's amazing. I mean, you can build like a full Japanese themed city now and not use a single vanilla asset, all of it custom created. It's awesome. But I guess I was a few years too early maybe, because there's like a ton of vanilla stuff in my, yeah. And then Ronix created these expressways, Japanese inspired expressways, and I had to use them just as soon as he created it, because he created it I think during the series, so I had to like retrofit all the highways, remove all the vanilla highways and create like these expressways, and the assets were really hard to use, at least for numbnuts like me. So really fun times, but I spent so many hours on that series, that was insane. But yeah, lots of limitations. I did what I could, I think, at the time. If you're going back to Noble City Skylines, it could be fun if you made a series based on Denmark or Danish cities. Yeah, I agree, Lucas. Not sure if that's been done before, but I think the assets are in place now. There's also this dude in the workshop that has been releasing like Danish themed assets, like parcelhuse, for instance, parcel houses. I guess you could translate it to, but it's like a special type of single family home that was built in, like, I think 1 million of them were built in like the 60s and 70s. So there's definitely the assets available for like creating something that looks really Danish. Crescent is like a Coleman of City Skylines series. I feel flattered. I loved Crescent as well. And yeah, unfortunately I just started having so many issues with like the hardware and limitations of the game around Crescent as well, and I'm not really sure why. Maybe it was the most asset heavy city I built. It probably was then, but yeah, everything just grinded down to a halt. Thank you, Daniel. Yeah, I think the Japanese, it turned out alright at the time, and I was really upfront about the fact that I'm not gonna spend a lot of time doing like super detailing. I'm gonna like work in like the broad sense and try to get an actual city going, because if you super detail, it's gonna take a long time to like really capture a Japanese cityscape, because the cities are just so huge. Of course you could work with like an idea of a smaller city, of course, but what initially really drew me towards building something Japanese is just like the crazy infrastructure and the just how developed it is. Yeah, I've seen some Japanese cities being built, or Japanese themed cities. There's this city called, what's it called? Maya, I think. Who created it? Let me see. I'll link it. It's amazing if you guys haven't seen it. It's Palms Time. Palms Time created it, and I'll just throw a link to it. It's just fantastic. Some of the best stuff I've seen in this game, to be honest. And Matt Patterson, thank you so much for the donation. That was the sound then. Oh my god, sorry, I'm so embarrassed. I didn't notice it. There was this weird sound, and I was not sure if it was in the game because I haven't played with sound in so many years. Thank you so much for the $2 donation. Coffee or tea preference in Denmark? Coffee. I think drinking lots of coffee is like the national sport in Denmark. Tea is not all that common. I mean, I think most households have tea, but you don't usually offer it to people. You offer them coffee though. Coffee addiction is definitely a thing here. But yeah, again, Pat Peterson, thank you so much for the donation. I'm not sure what to say. I was not expecting someone to donate. I didn't know you could donate. But so all the old stuff, I guess, is still linked up to like my Streamlabs account, PayPal and stuff like that. Oh man, that is yeah, that's crazy. Thank you again. All right, let's see. Where did I don't know where I have to pick up. Yeah, okay. I was talking about the ease of creating these areas. So I think I can show you guys. I am 100% certain that there's nothing revolutionary here, because yeah, people are creating insane stuff nowadays in City Skylines. So I'm just trying to find like a playstyle that is sustainable to me. What I mean by that is something that's fun and still looks alright. So I'll kind of show you guys what I've been doing with these residential areas. Just another comment, I'm not sure how realistic they look like for older like Australian or New Zealand themed residential areas. I have no idea, but I just really appreciate how they look, so I'm gonna stick to it, I think. Let's see. Okay, so what I've been doing for this city to be able to create these residential areas in like pretty fast, so that it doesn't have to take too long. I haven't spent all that much time in this city, honestly. I think like 4 or 5 hours of actual playtime, maybe less, probably less actually. But I've been using like tags. So okay, let's put a road down and I'll show you guys. And it's of course a little faster if you build like a grid, because everything aligns, so that's nice and comfortable, right? Let's do like this. So to continue this residential neighborhood here, then of course the context of where it's placed I would look at. And we are pretty far from the downtown area. We are pretty far, I mean, in City Skylines terms, we're pretty far from like the waterfront area. In reality, it's just a little stroll, and then you can walk your doggy down here. But yeah, basically I would want this block to be comprised of the same theme that this block is. Alright, so the first thing I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna extend this walkway. I'm not sure why I made this initially. Maybe it's because there was like an awkward zoning spot or something, but yeah, I just like the idea of this. There's like this little really intimate walkway in the area I have bought a home in as well, so I think I was inspired by it. Why can't I? Like so. So I'm just gonna start out with that. And then I'm just gonna make the terrain a little more easy to work with. Just neutralize some of these steep angles a bit. Cool, and then we're ready. And so what I've done is I've used the labels. I think most of you guys probably know of this, or maybe you don't, but I like to use it. And then I've labeled all the houses I want in separate themes. So as you guys can see, I have like a theme basically, which is comprised of single family 1 floor houses, all detached, and then I have one comprised of the same but 2 stories. So they are, yeah, the more desirable ones, I guess you could say. But as I said, in this area we would like to have these instead. Now I haven't changed these assets in like the asset editor or anything like that. I haven't changed anything. I just downloaded it and then I've just plopped all of them down, and then I've added the text to the ones I liked. Yeah, so that's it. I'll move that manually. Then we'll move over here. I don't like these actually, they're just a little too big, so I'll do this instead. Oops. Like so, and we'll move this around, just align it. And there you go. And then I've done I'll do like some really subtle detailing using this hedge. I think it's a 7 for it to line up. Just some really quick detailing, just to add like a bit of extra character to the area, something like this. I won't like add individual hedges to all the gardens, or sorry, the backyards. Just have some main ones, and then like at the end of the block as well, something like this. And then some of them you can separate more, like individually. And then we'll grab some of these nice big trees and start plotting them around, and grab some of the smaller ones as well. Let's see if we can. There you go. And that's for me at least, that's like a sufficient level of detailing. And yeah, that's just the right amount of variety. Just like a really small chance of having 2 homes next to each other being exactly the same. Cool, and then we'll let time fly and just people move in. Infra plumbing houses. Housing crisis solved. Yes, give me all the power. I will solve all the issues. Make it affordable to live again. Are you gonna use forest fires when you're done, mate? No, I don't want it to be that realistic, sorry. What's going on right now? Also, your sudden return is something I didn't expect tonight, where I'm at. Yeah, it was a spontaneous decision, to be perfectly honest. I've been playing for a little more than a week regularly, and what prompted me to start playing again was I bought a new PC and the game is running much more smooth. Not perfect because it's probably terribly optimized, but it's running much better. And I was having breakfast this morning with my girlfriend, and it's the last day of my holiday, and she asked me, so what do you want to do? Should we go on a field trip? And I said, you know what, I was thinking about streaming. And she was like, all right, cool, I'll go out in the garden and do some stuff. And here I am, a couple hours later. And I'm being honest, it was very spontaneous. But it was probably prompted by buying a new PC. I mean, I did not consider streaming on the old PC all that much. And I didn't play much of the game the last 4 years on the old PC either. Also, if there are like any boomers here in the chat, then I hope you take no offense. I know you did not have malice intent when you bought a house way back then. And I know you paid insane interest rates as well. But I'm 30, right? So if I'm gonna call someone a boomer, it has to be now. Time is running out. I mean, just give it a few more years and I'll be wearing black socks or white socks and sandals as well. It's coming. I know, I dreamt of sandals last night. Maybe I should buy a webcam as well so you guys can see my face actually. Because I have to disappoint. This guy on my YouTube picture, it's not me. I'm an imposter, and I have been, and I'm seeking out counseling because I know it's wrong. Oh no, watch that sound again. Oh no. Manai Joe, oh my god, did you donate $20? Welcome back, thank you. Jesus. Thank you so much. I hope I didn't butcher your first name. Is it Manai? Jones is much easier for me. Oh my god, thank you so much. I'm not sure what to say. But thank you. I'm glad to be back. You're going to become a stereotypical old Polish person. I have to become Catholic as well then, right? That's the thing in Poland right now, right? Catholic government, a little more old school, super conservative. I don't think I can aspire to become that. That would be quite a transition. I'm not really. I'm really far away from being a Catholic currently. I have to be honest. Oh man, you're not really Brad. Then I hate to break it to you, man. I am so sorry. I feel like a fraud, but I'm not Brad Pitt. I'm not inside him either. What? I'm not Brad Pitt. I'm someone else. Ah, Besquigglehausen. Ah, that's a name I remember. How's it going, man? I'm so happy to see you here as well. Dental Wright and Besquigglehausen, so like two of the really old school people in here. That's crazy. Ain't no matter to me if our man's not a model RL. Someone who's capable of making this kind of gorgeous places automatically beautiful. 100%. Thank you very much. I'm not a model. I'll have to be honest. I'll buy a webcam. I think you guys will see how I look. I'm actually bald and have tattoos. Okay, what did we do? We just built like a new block. I'm gonna continue detailing some of these other ones because they're pretty fresh. I built them this morning, I think. Oh wait, I should save first. How do don't I just have to, I don't remember how to use this tool. This is awkward. I can place this and then I can adjust, and then to build, do I hold control? Do a double click? No? Does anyone remember what I click now after I used the, this is called the prop line tool, to adjust these? How do I finalize the placement? Oh. Okay, never mind. It will be, what did I do now? I'll do it the less fancy way because I'm getting out into some awkward territory, showing how rusty I am. And then just mark between like a few of the homes. And then we'll use trees to like cover up all the places where I was a bit boring. Oh, not boring. What's it called? Lazy. I'm gonna ask chat, is there any place in like the developed world, is that wrong to say, but in like the developed world where homes are affordable? Like, or do you have to go outside main cities or urban areas everywhere on the planet to buy a home? I have the tendency to plop one by one because I suck at prop line tool. Yeah, I'm close to that level as well, I think. Sealand. Oh, that's funny. The Principality of Sealand is an unrecognized micronation that claims HM Fort Rose, an offshore platform in the North Sea approximately 12 kilometers off the coast of Suffolk, as its territory. Not in Italy, that's for sure. I think we can just take all of Western Europe and like throw that out of the mix. Oh. I'm wondering when it's time for another school. Let's see. We're doing fine. So this is like the main elementary school, and it's two schools flopped on top of each other just to provide a little more capacity. I might remove one of them because it's probably more fun to have a few more schools. Could one school cover this district? Apparently so. So population is 2,727 now, and there are 328 children eligible for elementary school. Is that realistic? Seems kind of low. I'm using the realistic population mod, so every single like single family house is only one household. So like mom and dad and kids, or mom and mom, dad and dad, or single mom, single dad and kids, if that's modeled into the game as well. So all like the low residential areas, the suburban neighborhoods, they have really low population compared to vanilla game. But on the flip side, the apartment buildings have many more households to reflect that there are quite a few apartments in them. I'll just check the chat. Got a take on the house flipper game. There's a house flipper game. No, but I can give you my take. House flipper. The top link is Steam. Gives you a unique opportunity to become a one-man renovation team, buy, renovate, and reconstruct deprecate houses. Give them a new life and sell them with profit. Oh, you have to vacuum cockroaches. You can clean the windows. Oh shit. Furnish a house of your dreams. Should I play that as well? I can play that on another stream. Oh my god. There's a game for everything. Sorry dudes, I don't have a take on it. I hadn't really seen it before, but I mean it looks kinda, it looks fun, right? So after like a stressful day, maybe you play it. $100,000 for a new apartment far north, but land should be like 20,000 on city outskirts. Okay. But what country is that? I mean, I can't judge whether 20k is a lot or if it's very little. Kind of depends on the country, I suppose, and like the purchasing power people have. I live in the like northern part of Denmark, so we're pretty lucky with like housing prices. I mean, in like the nicest areas, it's really bad, but otherwise, it's all right. Unless you buy those €1 properties in ghost cities, but then you have to spend multiple hundreds and thousands of euros to renovate. That is true. That's like sort of like the Detroit way of doing it as well, right? Attempt to sell off like the abandoned homes for like $1, but then I think in the US there's like a system where you have to like back pay if there's any like owed property taxes or something like that, which then makes it not cool to do. But yeah, I mean, I think it's really good when municipalities or councils or whatever try to incentivize like having more resourceful people move into like abandoned areas or like ghettos to try and like diversify the income groups in the area. But I mean, you need to really incentivize it very strongly. You can't just offer homes for $1 if then there's no support for the renovation, or if then you have to like pay back property taxes or something like that. When did you come back? The stream started 1 hour and 32 minutes ago. So I guess that's your answer. Lawn mowing simulator. I bought an electric lawnmower a week ago and I mowed the lawn for the first time in my life 2 days ago. So I don't think I'm gonna play the simulator. Lawn mowing simulator on Steam. Experience the beauty and detail in the great British countryside in lawn mowing simulator. There's a game for everything. Mostly positive reviews. 1,188 reviews. Damn. That's huge. Let's see, does it make sense to like have a row of homes here as well, or should that be lined with something else? Someone mentioned like an hour ago, I just remember, sorry, that there's like an intersection marking tool, and I'm actually using it. It's what a mod, that's crazy. And this is what I got out of it. So someone spent 100 hours making a complex, really nice mod, and this is what I've achieved with it so far. Yeah. But that's always been a theme, right, with everything I built. Like, I don't know shit about infrastructure or how road rules work and stuff like that. So that's always just like, let's go with this. So yeah, really proud. Oh wait, no. I also used it for like some of these highway exits. I didn't build the highway, it was already on the map. So I haven't adjusted it yet. I just updated it to these concrete highways. And I have no idea if they've ever used concrete to build highways in like down under, but I think they look better than the vanilla ones. So yeah, I've used the marking tools to make markings. But what a crazy mod. I mean, just, you know, all the mods that this unified UI represents, all the tools that are now available, is just insane. I remember when stuff like this you had to manually use decals for it, and of course that made it like fixed. So if you did any changes to the road, or if you moved anything about the place, then of course the whole thing wouldn't fit anymore. So that has really progressed. It's amazing that just the modding community and asset creation community has just transformed this game into, I mean, it's just unrecognizable. Even if you watch like Kendrick, the first series I made, the game is just unrecognizable now if you have a heavily modded version of it. It's just fantastic. Oh, Power Wash Simulator. Damn, Mohammed, that sounds really nice as well. Some interesting games you guys are recommending. Do you find me boring? Should I play Power Wash Simulator to have a more action-filled stream? What happened with Project Japan? Loved that series back in the day. I think I just kind of broke my back playing it. The city just got really huge and performance super sluggish, and then just mixed with, I mean, I'll be honest, just losing interest. And I always tried to tell myself when like my YouTube blew up that I have to enjoy what I'm doing. If I start creating like an episode of a series just to put up an episode and like continue it, but without actually enjoying the theme anymore, then I'm probably in a bad spot where I might burn out. And that's why I don't think I've ever finished like one of my series at all, right? I mean, I'm not even sure if I finished Kendrick, probably. But at one time I just wanted to create something new and fun, and then I did. So, and I mean, that's something I'll have to be really strict about as well. If this stream turns into actual like content creation, I have to enjoy what the game, right, and mix it up with something else if I don't enjoy it. But yeah, so far it's been really fun. This week I've been playing, really enjoying it, and really trying to have a really relaxed attitude about it as well. So yeah, just like accepting that I'm a bit rusty and stuff is gonna look odd. Will this be a continuing series in the near future? I'm not sure. But I mean, if I'm to create some YouTube videos or continue streaming, I mean, it's gonna be this town for sure. I think so. Is there a particular mod or tool you always thought Skylines they should have implemented vanilla long ago? Like there are two things. I don't know if they can implement it in the current, like if it's feasible for like the current game engine, or I don't know whatever limitations. The game is built in Unity, right? So I don't know how limited they are. And like I work in IT consultancy, I don't work with programming anymore, only in management. But I mean, when you have spaghetti code 2 years or several years into a project, then it just becomes less feasible to make big changes. So I don't know where we're at, but I guess to flip the question a bit, there are two things I would really love to see, or three things, sorry, I'd really love to see in City Skylines 2.0. One of them is mixed development. So instead of our zoning being limited to like one specific purpose, like you can either zone for, you know, apartment complexes, or you can either zone for low density commercials, like a barber shop or a fast food restaurant or whatever. I would like a mixed zoning where you have buildings where the ground floor is dedicated to like small commercial enterprises, and first floor up is basically for residences, right? So actual mixed use. So I live in Denmark, in Europe, and the zoning segregation is you don't really have the same amount of strict zoning. So one use here and one use there, only in the suburbs, or mostly sorry in the suburbs. You have in the cities as well, but what you have instead in like the center of the city is that like the zoning allows for commercial like shops and stuff on like the ground floor, right? And then you have apartments above. I would love that. So that's the first thing. Something else I would like is that they ditch the zoning grid system when you zone. So for instance, if we see here, like let's say I want to zone low density houses in this area. I know that either some really fucking awkward house is gonna be built here because it's gonna be 1 tile wide, 2 tiles deep, or I just like accept that there's gonna be nothing built here because my theme doesn't allow it, because maybe I don't think there's like a realistic house that fits here. I also know that I will have like a 2 times 2 tile house here, and then I know that this spot allows for like a full-fledged 4x4 property. What I would like instead is that it just sort of follows the road, and then the game can adjust the lot size to fit an area, right? So what can I explain that a little better? I'm not sure I got my point across at all. I'm sorry. Let's say we have this angle, right? This angle is super tricky to place like a single family house in. So what I would probably do is like I would place this, right? And then I would just, and this is something that's often done in real life as well. What I would do is that I would just treat the lot as like an awkward size, right? So I would just do like this, so that this actually represents this household. Like this is the lot you buy, and this is the house that is on the lot, right? And I think that's decently realistic, but it's also a little cumbersome, right? It makes zoning super awkward because you know each time you don't have a 90-degree angle, you're gonna have to, I mean, unless you want the awkwardness that I described up here, right? Unless you want to have something awkward grow, which your theme might not even allow. You might not even have a house that fits your theme that can grow on this. Then what I would like is that everything here can be zoned, and then a house like this would grow, and then the game would know that, okay, this is an awkward angle. What we're gonna do is we're just gonna extend the lot to fill it out, right? something like that. Like the technicalities of how they would implement it, no idea, but I'm sure it's possible. So that's like the second thing that I would love to see, because for me that's like the main limitation to attempt zoning, because if you really do the work, what you can do is you can find, let's say you want to create like a theme you can zone. You find a bunch of homes. Okay, you figure out they're not all level 1, but like you can use tools like Reco and stuff to, I think you can use Reco at least, to turn an asset. You can create a clone and you can make it level 1. So that way you can, if you have 20 houses, or like for instance in this tag, like see I have 45 houses here. So I could make like a building theme of this, where I just make sure that all 45 houses, if I want to of course, are level 1, because then I ensure full diversity of homes from the beginning. I could of course also segment them, so 20 of them are level 1, and then I want some more substantial ones to appear at level 2 and 3 and so on. So that's not really the problem, like creating a theme where you have a nice diversity of homes. You can do that if you put in the work. The issue for me is all the weird angles. Like if I zoned all of this, I would still have a bunch of weird angles here where I had to manually plop down houses. And that's kind of what keeps me from zoning. Then I prefer to just have the control up front and then create like themes, caps lock, where I can like circle through all the houses that I have tagged up. So this sort of acts like a theme, right? And makes it super easy to plot. And I just prefer that then. So I would really love if they could build something like this. That would just be insane. Fuck everything. It takes so long when I explain stuff. I'm just a talky head. I promised a third point. Yeah, the third thing I would like is that they that the vanilla assets they create have like an actual theme. I don't care if they like go with like a European or an American or like a Southeast Asia, or I mean whatever they choose. Could be, why not American, right? It's one of the more popular themes to like download assets for anyways, and then stick to the theme. Because what they did with like vanilla assets, I don't think all of them are bad, I'll be honest. And yeah, I know I have fellow content creators that think all of them are terrible. I don't think all of them are bad, but they're just, the theming is a little odd. Like I know some of them, this one could fit really well into a Japanese themed build, and this one as well. And I'm pretty sure this one in particular, I think it's actually modeled from an actual Japanese building. I think there's a guy on Reddit, so many years ago, he found many of like the buildings that they used for inspiration. Like this as well, it really does look like a Japanese theme. But yeah, I would hope that for City Skylines 2, the base theme that ships with the game is like more generic for like North America or Europe, or if they have the resources, maybe both even, right? Because I think it's kind of a shame that we're in a situation where most of the people that really heavily mod the game and play like a heavily modded version of it, you'll be lucky if you find a single vanilla asset being used. And I think that's a shame, because I mean obviously they spend a ton of time modeling all this stuff to ship with the game. But I mean, I hope maybe they've learned something in that regards. Like if everyone, or if so many people at least, replace all the stuff you build into the game, then maybe creating a more generic look or a more realistic look would be more feasible. Can I do like this while I answer some questions? Look, it's blue. Great. What's it actually capturing? There we go. Wow. Look at all the texture issues at the intersections. Oh well, I'll answer some questions. If you're back full part-time, will you be doing any season 2 of your previous builds or starting from scratch? Then I think I'll be starting from scratch then, man. I'm not even sure I can recover the saves from back. I probably could on the old PC, which is in the basement. So it might be possible, but yeah, I think something that's really important if I'm to create content again is that I just try and unblock myself as much as possible and just make it easy to like load up the game, start playing, and then if I'm in the mood, start streaming or like record. I think that's something I need to be aware of. So I don't think I would continue any of the current ones. Let's see. Never made sense having skyscraper that only served one purpose or was a landmark. Yeah, I agree. That's another weird thing, you know, creating all these landmark assets and then kind of logging them into that. And I'm not really sure like the scale they were looking for. So like the landmark skyscrapers, they obviously have like lot sizes that are more than 4x4 tiles because they figured that would be more realistic. But then you also have a bunch of growable skyscrapers that are of course limited to 4x4. So I guess that brings like a fourth point of improvement, enable like more varied like zoning, like lot sizes. I think that could be cool as well, especially for industrial. Like the building we're looking at right now, it obviously can't grow in the game, but I mean there's not much reason for it not being able to do that. Just that like the sizes for the zoning are limited. Welcome back. Thank you. Hoping you'll continue Project Japan. I don't think that's gonna happen. Or I'm 100% sure. Sorry, man. Question I've been meaning to ask for years. What tune did you use for the intro music for the Project Japan video? Oh, I know that answer. It's pretty obscure. Let me see. I'm just looking at YouTube to see if I can find it. I think it's this one. I'll link it in the chat. I'm sorry if it's not the one. It's super obscure. It's like, yeah. So it's basically, there was like a comedy show like 10 or 12 years ago with a famous Danish comedian, and this guy Max Sheridan, he mixed up some tracks for the comic show because this comedian is also like what's it called? He's like a magician basically, and he did like some magic stuff with blue balls, really blue balls, and then they needed some music. So I think that's the track. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, super obscure. I think I've linked it in a comment like all those years ago, but yeah, I could have added it to a description. But yeah, really obscure. I was pretty content that no one else would randomly have that intro. Enjoyed out your previous series and look forward to anything new that might be on the horizon. Your videos were inspiring. Thank you. I'm very happy to hear that. This cinematic camera is actually working all right, I think. Then we have some highways. Really inspiring. I spoke too soon. Okay, let's see if we can build some more stuff, right? So I created this awkward angle. I think I'm just gonna stick with it. It's a little loud. Game sound, sorry. Like this. Yeah, I think it could be time to like break up the grid here a bit. I also sort of had to start thinking about like another industrial zone maybe. But I think I want to extend residential this way. Let's see. So my plan is that, let's see, if I can extend the residential stuff to sort of include this, then I think that there's like a natural border here where I could sort of wrap up this town and then maybe begin on another one and try and like interconnect them with some rail and stuff. Yeah, I don't have any train station here, and it's gonna be a pain in the ass to retrofit without destroying a lot of stuff. Let's see. I guess I could have like a rail station here, but then I'd have to accept that the city wasn't like placed initially because of rail proximity. So it certainly wasn't like built around a station and built for that reason. Yeah, that's a little... It's gonna be a little weird getting rail in here. I'm not sure I'm gonna go for it. So it might just be out here, to be honest. I'm sorry that there's not all that much gameplay. I'm just trying to answer as much as I can for this stream. Alright, I think I'll just continue the residential stuff for a little more here. I grabbed this road from the workshop recently, and it's really nice. It's really narrow, and then you have parking on both sides. So there's actually only room for like one actual like car lane. So if it's really trafficked, you will have, and it's not a one-way, by the way, so you can have like two cars just drive through each other. But if you use it for like an area like this that isn't all that busy, then I really like the fit, because these are really nice, but they're also just a tad wide, right? Also, if anyone knows of like a plain suburban road like this, where you have 2 lanes, but you only have like 1 lane worth of parking. So basically a road like this, but it's like 1/4 smaller. So it stops like here, and then you have 2 lanes of traffic and then 1 lane of parking. If anybody knows of such a road, I'd appreciate if you link it, because I haven't found it, and I'd like to. These are really great, but there are some areas where I prefer like just a more narrow street. I could also, of course, go for no sidewalk parking. But here in Denmark, at least, there's usually room to park at least on one side of the road, right, in residential neighborhoods, to allow for like guests, stuff like that. Yeah. All right, I think I'm gonna continue this basic road. With the nice homes. gonna make like a small recreational area here. It's just a bit too awkward to try and fit in some buildings. I think that would exist in the vanilla pack, in vanilla plus pack. Ooh, well, take a look. Let's see. City Skylines workshop. Vanilla plus roads. Streets, vanilla plus streets, 70 items. 2-lane road without parking, 2-lane road without parking, 2-lane road with parking on one side. Ooh, that's quite nice actually. Thank you. I think I'll grab that one. Yeah, it's pretty nice. I was hoping there'd be a version without like center lane markings as well. But I'll see if I can find that. But I'll grab this one as well, I think. Yeah, just saving that one. Thank you so much. PC specs. I've listed it before, but yeah, the new one I bought is i5 12600 KF and a GeForce 3080 and 32 gigabytes of RAM. Have I played around with procedural optimization yet? Nope, not like with the new PC or anything. I think I just briefly tried it out back when I like produced actual content, but no, I haven't really all that much. But yeah, it's an amazing mod. I mean, that's, if you master that mod, you can really be creative, much more creative than me. People create some crazy stuff using that. So yeah, that's really impressive. Alright, I guess I'll fix this awkward angle first that I complained about. Do I have a 2.2? I don't. Custom. What is? I can't spell. There we go. No, I have a 2.3, so I can find like a house. This one is fine for like a really tight fit, I think. Let's see. There's already like a maybe something like this. This is nice, and I can actually just extend it like this. Good, that's the awkward angle out of the way, and then we can give him some neighbors. And let's see, maybe I'll do a cul-de-sac there. We'll take this small road and we'll drive it in here. Something like this. Yes. Slope. Oh. Yes. Oh, what happened to the trees? They turned all vanilla on me. Potato tree. Cool. And then in here, it's a bit of a limiting space as well, so it's gonna be these 2, 3 as well. Let's see if we can do something. Oh. I think that's fine. There's gonna be some houses here, right? So let's see. Yeah. The Suburban roads I'm using are from this big collection. So the idea is that you use the associated collection of like residential assets with it, because then all your driveways will extend out here, creating this really nice look. I'm not using those homes. Some of them would fit into the theme, but most of them I don't think do, and can also look a little awkward at like tight angles with the driveway sticking out. So I'm just going with this, even though it's not the most realistic look. You'd probably have the driveways kind of extend like right beyond the pavement. But I mean, this, yeah, it's how it's gonna be for now, I think. Let's just do like this. And this is of course a really nice place, so we're gonna go with our more expensive homes now. This is an odd angle again, so I'm gonna have to like work these in a bit, as you can see. Yeah, and that once again, that's like my issue with the zoning, where I hope they'll improve. As soon as you start angling it like with small bends, any angle that's not like straight or like a 90 degree, and then the zoning stuff becomes awkward. I think this turned out pretty well actually. And then we're gonna need one more of these bad boys for the cul-de-sac. Yes. And then just some super simple, detailing at some points, just to kind of break it all up a little, right? This looks weird. All right. Gonna do like a line here as well. It's fine. I'm not gonna attempt to make a hedge here. It's, yeah, so steep, it's gonna look really funny. So we'll use the good old, this looks really weird as well. I'll like use like a different type of, maybe mix it up a bit here. Oh, that's pretty. It's just such an easy trick to use trees to cover up some of the like imperfections, I'd say. but also just add some character to the area. So these homes are still quite old, right? So plenty of room for some of the trees to really grow if they were planted when the foundation was laid for the house. The house I live in is 92 years old. We're pretty sure that one of the trees in the backyard was like planted at the same time the foundation was laid. It's massive. Alright. I think that turned out alright for a bit of an awkward space. I'm really loving these small cul-de-sacs. If I could choose, I'd probably live on one. And then I'd be really NIMBY, right? And make sure to scream against any high density developments being made in the city. Cool. I'm almost scared, Daniel, to go at it with procedural objects. Just afraid it'll take all my time. Yeah, I've seen some of Aurelia as well. It's like a bit of a futuristic build, right? It's been many years ago. Is that series still going? Yeah, Maya from Pulp's time. That's what a series. That's just, I mean, it's just insane. Like the balance of detail and still being able to get so much done. That's just amazing. What was your first few days of City Skylines like? Did you start playing and thought this is the one? Yeah, I think that's sort of the case, to be honest. I mean, I've been I guess you could say a gamer for like many years, and I've played a ton of CS:GO, and I've played a shit ton of World of Warcraft as well. But I've always been interested in like city building games. I played like an excessive amount of SimCity 4. Really loved that game, and I was excited when they announced they'd do like a new game, but as we all know, yeah, that didn't turn out as I expected. And then there was like this drought period where I think I just played some SimCity 4 once in a while, sorry. And then the trailer for this dropped, and I was like immediately hooked. But it just goes to show, I mean, the thing I mentioned before for like my wants for City Skylines 2, with like better assets. Like if you guys check up, I don't know how many of you played SimCity 4, but if you check like the vanilla assets, they were fucking great in that game. I mean, they had 4 themes going, and the houses look super realistic. The skyscrapers, everything was just amazing. I mean, even people that modded like the crap out of SimCity 4, not so much mods, I think, just assets basically, but like people have built the most insane stuff in that game, even though there are tons of limitations as well. But you will often see, or you would often see, like tons of vanilla assets still being included in people's like super realistic builds because they were just so well done. So I really hope that City Skylines 2 will have like, they'll have a completely different approach to like the vanilla assets. Oh. I'll try and answer some stuff in the chat. Yeah, but I hope that answered your question, Deuce. Sorry if I asked and answered. If you live stream again, will it be on YouTube or Twitch? I think it will be on YouTube. I'm not sure of if there are any benefits on doing it on Twitch instead. I think the idea that like what I stream on YouTube will get uploaded as like a VOD you can watch afterwards is pretty appealing as well. So I think it'll just be YouTube. But if you guys know of any like real benefits to using Twitch, then please let me know. I am completely out of touch. Have you ever watched Not Just Bikes videos? I think so. It's not City Skylines, right? Isn't it like just general urban planning stuff? Let me see. Yes, I've watched a few of them as well. So yeah, I know of that channel. Man, the cinematic camera stuff here in the game is really weird. You'll go from this, which is a pretty nice view, and then we'll go to like some obscure part of the map with an ugly vanilla highway. Matt Patterson asks, have you seen any Sanctum Gamer builds like City of Andor or Nomasburg? I know Sanctum Gamer, but I'm not sure I've watched his or her series. Not due to not wanting to, but probably just like either like a time, or that like the game hasn't been a big part of my life in the last 4 years. If there's like a specific episode or something you think is nice, Matt, feel free to link it and I'll take a look after the stream. Sorry if this was answered before, getting someone distracted. What happened for you to take such a long break from content creation? Real life business or simply tired of the game for a bit? Both. So I think the last content I created was like in the summer of 2018, and in September of 2018 I began like the final year on my master's degree, and I knew I had to spend more time in the final year than I had in the first year. Now, one of the reasons being is that I have a bachelor's degree in in history, so like general history. But my master's degree is in IT, so I knew it would be a bit of a steep learning curve. So yeah, I wanted to dedicate a lot of time to my master's degree, making sure I really took a deep dive into IT. And of course, it was also, so the thing is, like the project that I had to start in September of 2018 is like a precursor project to your master's thesis that you start in January of 2019, that you have to turn in the summer and like, you know, go to your master's thesis defense. So yeah, I had to spend a lot of time on that project, and then that was mixed with just hardware issues. Like my old computer was really showing its age as my asset numbers increased, and I wanted to build like more and more custom builds and use less and less vanilla stuff. So in the beginning of the stream I said that it took between 20 and 25 minutes for my computer to load the game, and half the time it would just crash and it would run like shit when it was actually loaded. So I had to like know that if I was to create like some good content, create a video, do recording, edit the video, find some nice music, put it up for you guys, I would have to dedicate like at least 6, 7, 8, 9 or 10 hours depending on like the complexity of the video. And that just became an issue, and so I just kind of burned out completely. I think I wrote like a long post about me taking a break, or I don't really remember, to be honest. But so I guess the answer is it's a combination of things. So that's like the first year of absence from YouTube, and then for the last 3 years I've been working full time and kind of pursuing a career, and that has taken like a ton of time as well, and energy. Have you ever thought of making Minecraft infrastructure architecture to go for some meta cloud? As Minecraft seems to refuse to die. No, I haven't. I've actually never played the game. I know it's like massively popular and have been for many years, but no. Whoa, where are you going, man? Ah, okay. This guy's off duty, so he can go home. Fair enough. Twitch is supposedly better for discoverability, but infrastructurally it's got a really read-watchable archive, which wouldn't work on Twitch. Folks usually stream on Twitch and upload edits to YouTube. Okay. Yeah, I know Twitch is like the go-to streaming channel. But back when I did a bit of streaming, it was mainly on YouTube. I think I've tried both, and so I thought that it would just be easy to set up here, to be honest, especially with like time constraints and stuff. It's okay, I'll help. I'm a Minecraft connoisseur. Who are you really? Let's see, what was the plan? Ah, yeah, extending this way. So I know if you're not a super fan of like seeing residential neighborhoods being built, it's a bit boring, but I spend a lot of time doing that. Yeah, I feel it's really needed to like give the town or city like an actual sense of scale. Even towns of like 5,000 people will usually have like some level of sprawl. Oi, 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 oi. Did it just say index out of range, array out of bounds or something? I feel like I'm at work again. Yeah, so as soon as it's not a straight road, then it just takes a little while longer to create these areas. But they do look more interesting, so it pays off, I guess, in the end. And yeah, these are all the really nice old looking 2 stories, because we are obviously at a pretty nice prime location. Twitch is the worst for discoverability. Twitch is known for better monetization for creators when starting out. Okay. I mean, as far as the monetization, I don't think it doesn't really matter all that much to me. I make a decent salary, and I mean, something insane would have to happen for it to like become a full-time thing. I don't even, can you like full-time content create for City Skylines? Does anyone know if $2.20 is full-time? I mean, he deserves to be full-time by now, but I don't know how like what the maths are. But he has like more than 400 videos, and all of it is quality content, and he's been just going at it. So maybe. Because of the sprawl thing, I had to not put tall buildings because it looks out of touch. Yeah, exactly. That's like a common issue for me. Like, yeah. I mean, you can, but if you, most people, right, they start, I'm just gonna save the game. If I don't save frequently, as you should have seen it earlier this week. I'm so damaged by like having a trash computer earlier, or not trash, but much worse, and it would crash all the time. So I'm completely like, I'm battle scarred. I'm trying to cut down on the saving, right? It's a drug for me. Where was I? Yeah, most people start with like creating the downtown, or at least specifying where it is and putting some of the major buildings, and I do as well. So Arus and I have the same issue. Like if I place something really tall here, then I also know, okay, you are now committing to creating like the surrounding sprawl that would enable such a downtown, right? So like if let's see, should we, vanilla is probably not a good. Don't I have something? Yes, I have. Like if I place down this bad boy here, whoop, then in my mind it's like, okay, it's a nice building, but now I'm committing to building like an actual city here. At some point in time, we're gonna have sprawl that extends out here, or maybe even further, right? Because there are just some natural like forces at play, like economically, that to, you know, if you have demand for this type of development, it's gonna be a massive city, right? So yeah, it's I completely, it's the same for me. So yeah, I try to limit myself here, especially since this is like my first City Skylines project, I guess you could say, in so long that, okay, I was like, we're gonna start small. That's also why, like at the beginning of the stream, I commented that I was not sure if this one was actually out of place, because it's not super tall, but it's a big lot. So right, it's for a developer to purchase the lot and commit to building this property, there has to be like he or she knows of like some level of demand that is at place. Otherwise they wouldn't do it, because then they don't find it like a feasible investment. So this one building puts like a lot of requirements on the rest of how the city looks. Like if I kind of like stopped here, let's say an imaginary line here, like this is where the suburban development ends, then I think this building is too big. It would look out of place. Because why would there be demand enough to build this, but then at no point in time was there enough demand to continue the suburban development, right? And like after the Second World War, like most countries, especially Western countries, saw like massive suburban sprawl following the end of Second World War, right? People moved out of the downtown areas, or they moved out of apartments, and like it became like the American dream, like, or the dream of like achieving real middle class status was, okay, I'm gonna get a detached house on my own lot. So I think if the city was cut off here, it would look a bit odd. Then I would consider this development to be, I guess you could say, too developed. Unless your town is Cesenatico in Italy, which is a small holiday village, I guess you mean, with 120 stories tall building built in the 60s. There are examples, of course. I think there's like, what's it called? What's the capital city of Alaska called? Let's see. Oh, there's Juneau. That's not the city. Biggest cities in Alaska. Is it? No, it's not the biggest one. That's Anchorage. I know there's like a city in Alaska with like, I think it's less than 50,000 people, but the city has like an actual skyline. So they have like 10-story buildings, but the actual city is like 40,000 people or something. Is it Whittier? Let's see. Maybe it is. Welcome to Whittier, Alaska, where everyone lives in the same building. That's weird. Shit. That's not the example I was looking for, but that's weird as well. Could always just say that canonically whoever built that building is dumb, which is pretty realistic. That's true. That's true, Mikkel. We can could work in like some human fallacies. You need that for it to be realistic, right? That's true. I could use that to explain why there's no train station here. Someone fucked up at one point in time, but people just kept developing the city anyways. But maybe the fact that there's like a tourism theme going on that sorta helps with the narrative that there is no railway station in town, maybe. What happened to Crescent after the last American Dream episode? Nothing. Nothing happened. I don't know if I still have the save. I don't know what's actually saved like in the cloud and what's on this computer. Like I copied over like the most important stuff, app data and users and those folders from the old computer. So I don't know how much I actually have. At least upload once a year. Ooh, I cannot commit to that. I'll do Tristan, I'll make you a deal, okay? Once a decade. Take it or leave it. Will you share the theme and lot use? Yes, I can do that. Let's see. So the theme is Owls Los Angeles, and I'm using this coastal lot. Sorry, that's not very saying. I'll try to find it on the workshop. I think Onyx, yeah, it's this one. I'll link it now. You can almost see on the picture he uses that it's the one actually. It must be this coastal one. I am assuming you posted a link, but maybe that's not allowed. How can I change that? If you're part of the the City Skylines Discord called City Skyline Creators, then you can just direct message me the link. Alright, I'll need to go grab a drink and maybe take a leak, so I'll be right back. So in the words of the great Cartman from South Park, bathroom, bathroom, bathroom. Hello. This is now an ASMR stream. Oi, oi, oi. Damn, I don't get shit done when I'm streaming. We built some stuff. All right. So I think we can like extend the nice two-story buildings just a bit up here. This is still an awesome area, right? Not too deep like that. Like that. I love these. What are they called? They're like they're very prominent in San Francisco, right? They're called something, lady something. Am I wrong? They're called lady something. And there's a ton of them in like San Francisco. I have no idea if there's a ton of them in Australia. They just look really nice. So yeah, that's my reasoning for using them. Sorry. That's it. So on this road, we'll have to like have a few of these. This is a little too. We'll use our good old friend Mr. Trees to get all those imperfections covered up, right? This looks weird. I'm gonna Google what they're called. San Francisco iconic residential type. Not my weirdest Google search. 12 popular architectural styles in San Francisco. Yeah, there's a Gothic revival. But it's not Victorian stick. Queen Anne, that's the name of them. Queen Anne. 1880 to 1910, one of the most popular subsets of the Victorian style. Queen Anne architecture is known for its bright and flamboyant colors, detailed gingerbread trim, bay windows, and turrets. And turrets, yeah, that's like for me, it's like the defining detail of this style. These turrets, they're so romantic. But yeah, Mikkel, it turns out there is like an actual San Francisco style called Gothic Revival. So let's assume that this one is at least, if anything else, inspired by that style. Good evening from Java. Wow, Mohammed, good evening from Denmark, from Java. You're giving me a terrible fear of my work. We work with Java in my workplace. But damn, that's a long way from me at least. But good evening to you. But isn't it nearly night in Java, I would assume? It's pretty late in Indonesia, right? Because it's like dinner-ish time in Denmark. San Fran and Philadelphia's Queen Anne homes are the best looking homes I've ever seen. And Tudor Revival, yeah, they look great. It's funny, right? Because when people try to like mimic that style today, it looks like trash. You get like not quite McMansions, but people, it's like there are like some styles that people just can't replicate without it, you know, looking like obscene or looking like you're really trying to show off. If I see a spiky top on part of a house, I just think Gothic. Okay, it will get you so far, I guess. It's a 50-50 each time then. It's 10:36 p.m. Okay, so it's pretty late in the evening. I wasn't completely off, I guess. Where did I... Oh, this is super steep. This looks really weird. I should probably... I think I'm gonna have to even this out a bit. Yeah. So maybe if we just pick the whole damn thing and try to lower it, then yeah, we'll see. Oi, 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 oi. This intersection will have to go down. So, let's see. Oi, 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 oi. Not good. It's always a little awkward when it gets really steep. The assets behave a little wonky. But like from a distance it looks pretty good. I like that there's like some changes in the altitude throughout the city, so it's not just completely flat. Did this work as intended? Yeah, I think it evened it out a little bit, but it's still a bit excessive back there. We'll consult someone to get all this fixed up, or rather covered up. Or good friend Mr. Trees. Look, it's barely visible now. We're gonna need more of Mr. Tree's help here. But I think we're getting there now, and then we just need some of the smaller ones as well. Let's see. This bad boy. And then as with all the other neighborhoods, we're just gonna add, just sprinkle a little bit of hedge on top. Just a little bit. But we probably can't do it here. It's gonna look, no, it looks okay. Is the spacing? Ah, that's why it looked okay. Okay, so we can work with the spacing. Okay, if you detail a lot and you are near the prop limit, this is not what you should do, but in my case I usually don't place all that many props in my city, so I think it's fine. But it's not super efficient. Oh yeah, no, we'll just go from here, I think. Yeah, that'll do for now. Then increase the spacing. Fantastic. So let's make an actual beach here. Let's see. And on the other beaches I've used like a really low effort way to sort of get the look going, so I'm gonna do the same here. And I know that if you spend much more time on it, it's gonna look a little better, but yeah, we're in I think I have to know my limitations currently. Then we're just gonna grab this bad boy. Oh wait, is it the same type? It is. Oops. So yeah, it's a super simple way of kinda getting this look with these pathways carved through the foliage. Let's see. It's alright. The reward to effort ratio is pretty good, I think. How much time did you spend building this city with all the details? Okay, so I've been streaming for like 2 hours and 50 minutes, and I think I've done this part of the city, maybe an area over here as well, but that's not really representative because I'm like a big mouth and then a bit of body attached to it, so I just talk a lot, as you guys can hear. And I also wanted to really interact with the chat, so it hasn't been like efficient almost 3 hours of City Skylines, let's just say that. So I think the wrist, so all this, it's a good question, maybe 5 hours or something, 4, like actual building time. But I think it's hard to say because, as you guys have probably noticed, when I build, I build an area, and then I like to enable the cinematic mode and just really take a look. You know, I can spend 10 minutes building something and then spend 10 minutes just looking around and just doing a bit of cleanup, seeing if there's something odd that kind of sticks out, like a saw thumb that I have to fix, or some shit in the corner I have to cover up with Mr. Trees or something like that. So it's not super efficient, but yeah, 4 or 5 hours I think for all of this. But yeah, the map, Anahita Pass, was it called that, or was it? Yeah, I think it's Anahita Pass. It's one of those nice ones where much of the infrastructure is already laid out, right? So I added this garbage stuff up here, so we don't drown in plastic bags, and this enables us to not drown in crap. But yeah, all the roads and all the stuff is already placed when you download the map, so that makes it easy, right? And all these intersections were created as well. I just created like some ramps here to get off it, so I haven't done like any heavy or like difficult infrastructure stuff. I mean, even this roundabout was already in place. I just detailed it up and made the intersection markings and stuff like that. So yeah, but yeah, I think the pace has been all right. It's been better than I anticipated. With having played so little in the last 4 years, then really happy that it's not total crap. Yeah, the painted ladies' houses are really cool as well. There was this show I watched at times when I was a kid from San Francisco, like a really popular show. And there's like this scene in the intro, I think, where you see these painted ladies, and they're like on an incline next to each other. I spend half my time looking at NPCs. Yeah, but you're trying to buy bread, right? On X, then. But this asshole is asking for 10 coins for 1x. Or do you mean like the NPCs in the game? Yeah, you probably do, given the context. Sorry. Full House, that's the show, yeah. Yeah. Question, have you ever thought about such a challenge to reproduce real city with details as you create this city? I just wonder if you could do it. Yeah, I could try that at one point. There'd probably be some stuff that would be a lot easier. Like just, you know, throwing up Google Earth on one screen and then start copying like the road layout. And there's always a challenge in that, you know, depending on the city, you have to get really creative with your assets usage. How did we get to bread? Well, when I played WoW, I would always get into trouble with other people on my adventures, so I would need a lot of bread. Missed you, love you. Hello Sarah, thank you for tuning in, and I'm happy you enjoy my content, how old it ever may be. Let's see, let's get a place to poop going. No. Oi. Where were we? Down here. This looks a little odd. I'll allow it. All right, let's name this beach. So, so as you can see, I'm quite the beacon of creativity. The western beach has been named West Beach, and the the beach which is to the east of the West Beach has been named East Beach. So what do I call a beach located west of West Beach? Probably we should name this district first, and then the beach would be named the district name followed by beach. So I am gonna paint this out. Yeah, we should name all the districts actually. I'm gonna need some help, chat. you can see where the limits of my creativity are. So I'm really gonna need some help. So let's name this area first. We have, I'll fill the rest out, right? But this is like a residential area, and we are a bit of a ride from downtown now. And we are in a really quiet place. And we obviously have some really expensive property here. And up here it's gonna be a little more, let's say, normal houses, so 1 story, but otherwise it's a pretty well-off area. Oh, great. I'm getting some great suggestions here. More West Beach and West EN Beach. Yeah, I'm hoping for additional suggestions. So currently it defaulted to Barlow Square, which sounds really inner city-ish. You guys are trolling. Or you're being good sports and continuing my theme to convince me that I'm actually really creative. Thank you. Vistarist Beach. Nice. Okay, hear me out. Not so East Beach. Give it a name that doesn't exactly make sense, like Snakehead Beach. We'll do it. Snakehead. And accompanied by Snakehead Beach. I think that's kind of fitting, actually. I did notice when I've been like, if you have a look at like Australian cities in Google Maps, they'll have like, I think I found a suburb called Ball Head. Yeah. High Gardens, no, what did we call it? Snakehead Beach. Oh, I think I got was that a donation? Thank you so much. I am embarrassed, but I cannot pronounce that at all. And I assume the donation is in Japanese yen, and that's the reason. But thank you so much for the donation. The message, thank you for coming back. I really like your vids and works. Thank you so much for the donation, Mr. Viewer from Japan. That's the closest I'm gonna get, and I'm so sorry. Maybe I can Google Translate, or it's probably like a direct translation instead. Let's see. We're gonna try Mr. Ita. I am so sorry if that's completely wrong, but you know, Google is telling me otherwise. All right, Snakehead and Snakehead Beach. I kind of like that. Just has the right amount of super random. Yeah. Middle West Beach. Then I think I'm more a fan of you just getting to straight out name one of the suburbs, because I know you've been watching my stuff pretty much from the start, so let's find something. Maybe this, let's see, does downtown include this? I don't think so. This is a separate area that stretches here. And this is obviously a really nice area as well. So I am just waiting for you to write what you think this should be called, Daniel, and then I'll change it. But yeah, we got Snakehead and Snakehead Beach. And we're gonna continue this theme of slowly going from these 2-story homes and then to the slightly more cheap single-family homes. So we'll do like that, and then we'll mix up the rest with single-story, just to showcase that this street is just a tiny bit less desirable, and it was back then as well. Ah, there we go. Look at this machine gun. Oh, it's okay. Bushtown, it sounded really Aussie, I agree. Look at this chat. This is fine. Just going to the shop. And this old lady as well, I seen some shit in my times. This doesn't bother me at all. Did he just get on the scooter with a crane? A cane, sorry? Oh, it's all burning. This is very Australian with all the fires. He has his iPhone out. Yeah, that's right. He's a project of Generation TikTok, right? Gotta record the fire. Let's see. Have you found any realistic fire departments and police departments and hospitals? I don't know how realistic they are, but this is like the town's hospital, which is this idea of building a hospital in like a brutalist style, I don't feel that's very smart, because I mean, it's not a pleasant looking building, and it's rarely a pleasant experience to visit a hospital, so it's like a double whambo, get screwed. But yeah, it's decently generic for me to use it. And then for the police department, let's see, what have I used? I think this is from the, no, is this the same author? No, it's not. But yeah, this is also just pretty generic, so I enjoy it. And the fire department one is, that's from the same author as, or the same creator as the police department, and it's also just generic. I love these buildings because they just allow you to, they're allowed to be used in most types of cities. What's this? Complaint. This can't be picked up because there's no road access. So what I did here was I took these industrial buildings and I just plopped them into this one. Yeah, I think it just added a little flair to this warehouse. It looks like loading bays basically. But on this side they can't really pick up the, that's okay, right? It adds a bit of flair that there are these cans outside, so we're gonna ignore this call for help and move on to continue finishing up Snakehead. Did I? Yeah, I think this is fine. So there's like some zoning tiles that are unused, but it kind of breaks up the spacing a bit, which I think is all right. Yeah, so I'm just gonna really detail this up fast. Just some simple detailing. Something like this. Oh, whoop. What's wrong with this guy? I think that's fine. We're gonna use trees. I think that's like a requirement for me to be interested in building a city. I need to have some sort of setup in place for being able to create residential areas relatively fast. That doesn't require all that much detailing, because otherwise it really is gonna take forever to create something that looks like a real cityscape. So let's have a look and see. So this is Snakehead more or less. I think it turned out pretty well. This is not the worst location either, I would say. I'm just gonna save. Hello, Gabriel. Thank you for tuning in. If anyone knows why the pavement or asphalt in like the middle of my intersections have this darker tint, please let me know. I assume it's some mod I'm either missing or that I haven't configured correctly. But usually this tile will just be the same color as the joining ones, but not the case here. Maybe I'm wrong and maybe I just don't remember that this is just a thing. But if you know, let me know, because I don't know. Show your game configuration. I assume you mean like graphics and stuff. I have a ton of mods. And then for graphics, yeah, I use 1440p screens now. So these are my settings. So yeah, I could probably squeeze out quite a few extra FPS if I like drop these, but yeah, I think I'm battle hardened from playing this game back then on like a much worse computer. So now like any FPS above 15 is like silky smooth gameplay in my mind. And then part of the enjoyment of the game is also that it looks nice, I think. Looking at some areas. Maybe it's because it's not the same road type. Yeah, that could be. I think you're right. I think that's an issue, at least, because here and here it's clear that it's everywhere actually it's different road types meeting up. But I haven't really touched downtown since I started building the city, so that's like 6 or 7 hours of building time ago. I think it looks alright. But it could always be changed, so I mean, if I just continue with the suburban sprawl, because I find it so enjoyable for some reason to just create these, then I mean the downtown should probably be extended a bit. Let's see. So I think for now it has like a pretty realistic scale compared to the suburban areas we have now. But the next plan now is to also fill this in with residential areas, and then we'll see where we go from there. I think I'm gonna build some more residential, and then I'm probably gonna need like a more dedicated what's it called, industrial area. Cool. 2 by 4, 3. Can I even? Yeah, I can even a bit. Much better. good enough. I'm really liking how this turned out. Now I just have to do this area 10 times and then it's a city. Quote from a thread about this type of issue: intersections use the standard asphalt texture from your map theme. Somebody said he fixed it by adding a mod called road options plus plus. Oh, nice, thank you. I'm gonna Google that. Road options plus plus. Road color changer plus plus. Alright, I think I'll have to get that because it does look a little odd. Oh. Do you plan on making more videos? I don't really know yet. Yeah, I'm scared of making any commitments. So I'll just you know, I'll just play and then we'll see. Yeah, this will be automatically uploaded as a really long video to my YouTube. It's soon time for like a bus route as well, because there's no public transportation. You either have a car or you can fuck off or walk. But if you can walk to downtown, you're rich, so you have a car. Does it end here? Oh no, it doesn't. Alright, I'll just be right back. I have to go downstairs for a bit. Let's see if this cinematic camera takes you guys on really nice places, or it's just gonna be highways at the edge of the map for the entire ride. But we'll see. I'm back. I just have to order some food actually. We're ordering Chinese today. Cookies, accept all. Please let me log in. Please let me buy food. It's been so long they want me to confirm my email. Okay. Okay. I need a separate overlay for ordering food, I think. Time flies, 4 years, holy hell. Don't tell me about it. It's, yeah, time really flies. It's crazy. And thank all of you for tuning in. It's been a bit overwhelming actually. All the activity in the chat, and people have been gotten free donations as well, which really caught me by surprise. But it seems that like when you start a stream on YouTube with Streamlabs desktop, which I'm using, then like in the description it like defaults to a text that says like support your streamer, and then it links to my Streamlabs. So I assume that's why. Have you ever tried playing the game normally vanilla after you started with Yes, I did. Like I want to say half a year ago or something. I just tried to give it a go again. That was still when I had my old PC, so I was of course super limited by the performance, and then I was like, okay, maybe I should build something a little more vanilla-ish. But yeah, never really took off. I would like to do something like that in the future, because I know I've mentioned like $2.20 a lot, so it might seem I have a man crush. Sorry about that, but I think his Mile Bay project, if you guys have seen it, is like a really good example of like not fully vanilla, right, but utilizing lots of vanilla stuff and still getting something that looks really cool. So I think yeah, $2.20 is really good at utilizing vanilla stuff and having a goal of like building a big city, not so much detailing. So the answer is yes, but in typical fashion of me, it's like a 30 sentence answer, right? Where was I? I have to order some food. Cool. It's been ordered. I'm so hungry. I forgot to eat while playing. I forgot to drink even. Jesus. Oh wait. I hope you guys haven't just been watching highways in the distance for the entire time. Please. Gonna switch you two guys around. And we're gonna need what was that? Confirmation on my food. Nice. We're gonna need another cul-de-sac. Let's see. Shoot. It's gonna be a little weird because there's not gonna be houses on both sides, but yeah. Whoops. Like so. It's fine. What? Please stay in place, my man. And we'll slope. And there's something wrong here. Some vanilla stuff I can use, but yeah, not this tree. There you go. Thank you for coming back, and here, okay, see you, Lucas. Thank you so much for tuning into the stream, and thanks to all of you. It's so enjoyable with all the people here. Let's see if I can get all this to fit. I'm not so sure. It might look crazy. Maybe if we do something like this. It's a little cramped. And it's overlapping a bit, but it's alright. What a nice street though. Right. And then we're gonna need, I think, a building without defined hedges, because then it's gonna be easier to like fit in. Nice. The same here. Gonna use some of these small ones. They're just a bit easier to squeeze in. Yeah, that's fine. We can get this fat boy here. And line here. Oh, there you go. I don't think that turned all out all right. Blech. Blech. Canadian Moose, welcome to the stream. Thank you for the kind message. It's super early in Canada though, isn't it? Alright, I've actually got a lot done. I mean, it's all been residential stuff and hedges and trees, so not the most exciting stuff, but yeah, you're gonna need a ton of that. So I'm gonna save, and then I think I need some help actually naming some of these districts before I move on. So as you guys can see, I've only named a few, and the ones I have named, there are no creativity. West Beach, East Beach, and Downtown. That's where my creativity ends, and then I'm gonna need help with the rest. So we have Bushtown, which was named by Daniel of the stream, and Snakehead, which was named by Sarah. So I think it's time to aim some more. So we have this. This one is a bit awkward because it's so close to downtown, so I think I'm just gonna extend. I mean, this is basically downtown, right? Yeah. Let's see. We have two districts here. I'm gonna draw out this one, and then we have this one next to it. So I was thinking maybe we could do like a naming scheme where they're named the same, but then suffixed by east and west. So this is something west, and this is the same thing, but the eastern part. So if you guys have any suggestions in the chat, just type them out. And if there's some good stuff, I can just use that. Not too bad. It's 9:43. Okay, that's not too bad now. That's not too bad. If it was possible to build big sprawling megacities without any game or PC limitations, then I think my life would be complete. Yeah, I'm hoping that like the next iteration of the game, City Skylines 2, I'm hoping at least that the performance is gonna be a little better. I'm not gonna pretend to know a ton about performance at all. but it doesn't really seem like the game excels at utilizing like current hardware. Even if you have like a really good computer, you're gonna grind to a halt if it's really asset heavy, and whenever the simulation has to simulate lots of citizens basically. So yeah, I agree. Did that work? No, that's not good enough. And I mean, with this angle, I get, let's see, I get like 31 FPS, and the PC is brand new, and it's not like high end or super high end, but I mean, should be pretty good. So yeah, it's you're gonna take a real monster computer to really run this game if you wanna have a lots of detailing and like really high triangle count assets, and then build in scale, like have a real big city. It's gonna take a real powerhouse. Does no one from the chat have any suggestions to what I can call these districts? Something west and something east, and preferably like Australian themed, but they have weird like neighborhood names in Australia, so you can just take a shot. Went all out, got very expensive months back, and the game ran the same as my 1080. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, my 1060 and really old i7 was really showing its age, so it is a big upgrade for me to this PC. But I mean, the image we're seeing right now is what, it's 20 or 21 FPS. So I mean, it's an upgrade, but I think it's more, running the recording stuff or the streaming software next to it where I can feel a difference currently. I'm not I mean, it would have been much less pleasant to try and stream this content, at least with the old PC, also because most of my graphic settings are maxed out in game, and I have some post-processing enabled with rendered to make it more beautiful. And yeah, that wasn't really the case with the old PC. I'd have to turn most things down, and then when it came to recording, I'd have to turn most things up. I think I'm gonna get rid of this. I'm gonna have to introduce rail at some point, but not right now. What's the issue now? Not enough raw materials. Alright. I think it's time to move east now. So what I think I'm gonna do is I think if we're gonna have residential cover this like almost peninsula, then perhaps it would require like a main road like this one to be like the main arterial feeding it. And yeah, of course this one is an obvious choice, but I was thinking of maybe upgrading this road here because it's really like just a neighborhood street. But I think I'm gonna just upgrade it to a bit more substantial road, and then perhaps we can like do a bit of higher density along it, maybe a bit of commercial stuff along it as well, just to branch out a bit from downtown. I think I'm gonna do that. So we just gotta settle on what type. I've been liking this road because of the trees in particular. I think I might use that one, but it might just be a bit too bright in the current configuration. We'll see. Let's save before I fuck everything up. Let's try. Yeah, so this is a little more, the colors are a little more in line with the rest of the city, so I'm just gonna go ahead and upgrade this. Yeah, that's better. We're gonna move. Take this one, move, upgrade, and bam. That works a little better, I think. Cool Aussie names: Footscray, Camberwell, Preston, Essendon, Heidelberg, Pindaring, Casper. Camberwell, West Camberwell, East Camberwell. I think I'm gonna take that one. Thank you all for the suggestions. We're gonna West Camberwell. It didn't save. So cool. And then we'll do East. Was it with a B? It was. And then we'll have, let's see. I'll call, I have to think. This area will be Casper, because I think that's a good suggestion as well. So that's gonna be a pretty big area actually, and then we're gonna rename the park Casper Park. Oh, sorry, I had to mute. My girlfriend was yelling at me that the food's already here. Casper, and we will do Casper Park. And Casper is a bit of a fun area, right? Because there are quite a few workers due to it having like split zoning. So some of it near the highway is clearly industrial. And then we got West Camberwell and East Camberwell, and there are a few more suggestions I would like to add before I have to go. I have to quit quit, sorry. That would be typical of me though, right? I have to end the stream, is what I meant to say. Because the food's already here. Holy shit, I ordered 10 minutes ago from a Chinese place, but okay, it's just down the road, so I guess they're just so efficient. Let's see, we had another suggestion from Mohammed Hafiz. Bindaring. It sounds weird, but like in the Australian weird way. We'll go with it. Yeah, I think I'm gonna save, and then that's it for this stream at least. It wasn't too bad. We actually got a ton of stuff done, because when the stream started, I'm gonna have to be careful what I say now, because the stream will be uploaded as a VOD on YouTube, so I could be completely wrong, but I don't think all of this was built. Like maybe some of this was. So yeah, really nice progress, especially considering I spent most of the time just chatting with you guys, catching up, which has been really enjoyable as well. Thank you guys so much for tuning in, and it's been honestly, it's been overwhelming with all the the support and the comments and the welcome backs, and of course thank you guys to those of you that donated as well. That caught me a bit by surprise. Really wasn't expecting that, so that's really nice. You've definitely paid for my dinner this evening, which is just insane. So thank you guys so much. Thank you all for tuning in. I'm pretty sure this will just be published as a video on my YouTube channel, so you can re-watch it. But if it doesn't happen automatically, I'll look into it after I've had my food, and then I'll get that fixed. But yeah, thank you guys so much for this experience. Basically, it's really been a pleasure, much more enjoyable than I could have hoped. And yeah, as I've said 10 times in boring disclaimers during the stream, I can make no guarantees as to content creation. I'm just getting back into the game again for real on this new PC. But so far, I'm a week and a half in or something, and it's super enjoyable. So yeah, thank you guys for tuning in. Really appreciate it. You know what this sun says? It says, "Thank you for watching, I'm really happy."